Hello! Happy Friday, everyone! How's it going? So, today we're actually gonna finish Ace Attorney Chronicles, whatever the first game's name is. We hit it like, I want to say like probably half-ish way through the trial. So we'll see. We went pretty long last stream, so we'll see. Okay. Let us stop the music. Okay. Well, let's go. Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Okay. Well, let's go. So last time, we found out there's a third person other than the two silly brothers that could have shot Windibank. So, let's take a look. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Not good. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? We saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Yeah, that's, ugh. Well, I didn't think we would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Oh, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Ryuno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. Is that we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped down and went down the street to the Tool One, to Windibank's place. I had to know. If the story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something why he don't want people reading. That's why I lied to Iris about sticking in the log with Windibank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So he broke into Windibank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? Struck the lock and snuck inside. As dark as you like in there. Just give the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, well, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who's in this afternoon. I think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? It's Sholmes' little load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What are you doing with it anyway? I just want to see it's there, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I don't know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Sent the old cove and locked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. It was there, alright. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, there's a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of shop. Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yeah. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. I possibly have my gun back. Oh, well, I'll come with you, and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. What if Daddy took the gun out of my hands and walked out into the back of the shop? Young back in the storeroom, like you said, was training my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. So I got into a bit of a scrap. So I think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang. 2 bullets. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down the floor. It was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Winnebeck might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the Yoko's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winnebeck was a goner. Felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. I'll see when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, Yoko might still be alive. Shuttle police everything you just told us? Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Ryuno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon. That haggard Benedict. The JoJo character. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. I don't know his real name yet. I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Ryuno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes? How can you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgot what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told your whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trot off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I can never forget that. Oh, did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. So don't forget that I also made you a promise. Told you I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You'll be working to get another kill off the oak for all you know. How's one's in your position, Gina? I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty... yeah. I don't know what the non-swearing equivalent of that would be. Whatever. Sure, no one will believe it was me who'd done it. Oh, Ryuno. There's one person stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke. No one believes you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. Even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. The an absolute unwavering belief in me. In turn, developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. And then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver? No good liar? You're not like me, Gilded. I know that. Eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris! We know you better than you think. I've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! It's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Naruto, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade, legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Here we go. I'm both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I know only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Well, do we get the guy? Let's see. Did we get him in here? They're the brothers. Get hooked on the brothers. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. But let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's pressing of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bulletin to your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Here we go. Yep, that's him. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such notice, sir. But of course, my lord. An upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Hey, AG was the name on the cane, so it is his. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. You're apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place in the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. It's really beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh my god, stop. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. This guy. Yes, we have him here now. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I collude with these thugs to break into place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some sacrament detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oof. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I'm dismayed. For the highest court of the land to be swayed by a self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. It would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good. I shall be away in time for the afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let's not hold up Mr. Gray any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. But. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. He still has his hat off.
Hold it!
Yes, we met in the very pawnbroker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Now, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. He's gonna be evasive, is he? Never not to give anything away. This could be tricky. I'm guessing we're gonna bank on the two brothers slipping up, something up and saying something.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say... Bring it up with the Lord Chief Justice.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension at this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If the accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting in more unreasonable questions to the witness. Oh my god. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I can be so sure the blood is mine. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood is slightly different composition, it seems. When is Van Zieks going to object to this, you think? Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What, me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I live up here to this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Call blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him.
You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking... If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It's only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him. And... Yeah? Oh! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know that summoner and the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago? From the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any sense invasion of my privacy. He's got a point. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. Never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. You just visited. I take offense that you'd say which I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windermake's pawnbrokery. My lord, offense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. We are gonna, we already have a picture for that, don't we? Don't we literally have a picture? Literally, your first statement says you do pawnbroking. Hold on. Never had anything to do with it? Forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you're there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah?
Excuse me.
There's something to add, Inspector?
Come again? Sunshine?
You're there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon?
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker's afternoon. Your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present at that call.
At that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
Oh. Was he paid off or something? What? But you must.
I'm not going to lie and pretend to remember something I don't.
What's going on here? How far does it go? Greg showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cabinet Hurley installed in Windibanks. Yes, of course.
Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly. True as Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker.
Nothing more.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Does it go all the way to the top? So he's gonna say in the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. At least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. Well, thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. Now we know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Alrighty. Let's take a look at some of this stuff. Wait, do we not have the first photo in evidence? You know, we never actually looked at... I don't think we should look at this right now. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out never actually entered Hurley's body at all. You think the letter that pouch he was wearing saved him. Yeah, Hurley's always lucky like that. Considering what I had to go through in hospital. I don't know how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Okay, well... For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Can we double check the blood again? Oh. Well, deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip. Mr. Benedict's fingertip. The man dressed in white? This happened that afternoon in Windibanks. Jan tried to snatch his disc out of the man's hand, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb. So the lesson is that someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly. Lesson is don't snatch things, surely. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder's completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun in hand on the shop counter. It's only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right. Keep all the pawned articles that went in his hair safe. But just one bullet was fired that night. The poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? So there's ammunition still loaded, and 5 of these were all 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from us. Exactly. Well, that had Hurley effect, isn't it? Yes, happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windibank's door. That'll make those brothers pay. Ooh. Kitty. Might as well examine this. Okay. Twin appears to have used the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. Written it very neatly, but still. Perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. Hard to know what's at the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, he's just gonna say the same thing. Let's go through statements again anyway, though. Let's try pressing some of these again, because since we pursued on some of these instead of letting it go all the way through. To forget, sir, Mr. Herlock Shum's most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. Allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you're no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already.
Hold it!
Have anything to do with it? Okay, okay.
Objection!
Is that right?
Let's keep going through this. Sorry? You must be confusing with someone else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket. That won't get you anywhere, Runo. Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Winterbeck never wrote the names of his customers as redemption tickets. So you can't prove the ticket was his. Of course she's right. I'm afraid we're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. Irrefutable evidence that he was there, and they're not going to accept the blood samples anymore. Should we try using this? Oh, hold on. Oh, look at that! It's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that's what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? You have to pop your two prints in here to start with, you see. And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the two prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Is there like... Irrefutable proof. Like, we could say the music disc, but he'd... I guess we'd try the music disc, since that's what he came for. But again, I don't know if Grayson's gonna... Let's do it anyway.
Objection!
Oh, hey. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? The disc was until the day of his murder and pawned in Mr. Windibank's shop. Redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice. There was a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yeah. Oh, yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. The skirmish required the disc. The thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. He didn't show us his arm for the bullet. Is he going to show us his hand?
Good gracious, indeed it must!
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court of officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of the blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What was the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. He's gonna say that, though?
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? It doesn't have your name on it. It has Mr. McGilden's name. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you'll tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. It literally has another person's name on it. How can you say it's yours? There's a note on this saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Oh. Okay. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. Proceed at once to the shop and I'll explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. You did say there's a second disc, but we have to prove that.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGild and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this was placed upon on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit at Windibank's. It's fine that Mr. Graydon here is claiming this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared after to Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Oh boy.
Hold it!
Care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. So I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note out that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music.
First met Mr. McGill at a gentleman's club in the city. Was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. Perhaps let Mr. McGill hear it. But then you forgot that was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? Because McGill had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Means if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger and walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent, Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course he would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. Came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You're lurking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. We don't have the thing, we can't prove it. Get your hands on McGilda's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony of what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing such establishments. So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Just the odd pick purse. But I did head to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. Wait. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. The way he worded it sounds like... The way he worded it sounded like... Oh, never mind. Why'd it take him 2 months to remember that the disc was in his coat?
Hold it!
Yeah, so it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. It was this very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything as a connection to Mr. McGill did.
Is that right?
As evidence.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? Last remark, Mr. Grainman, in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing, leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilld's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly! You all should know about that! Agnes McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not limited to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Grex and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Grady, let's return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps he's seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A value was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear they broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilda's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had one to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. No, he said there's a second disc. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see it irritating his shirt expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc in his coat pocket and had deposited window banks. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it! That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth! Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Greggs is being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Green is lying in his testimony. Oh boy. Examine. Was this also McGilded's, though? Was this McGilded's? I don't have anything else in McGilded's. Huh. The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. Oh, it's strange, isn't it? What's the problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something. Well, it just has quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. Fairly sure Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name, too. Well, I gotta answer the text real quick. Okay. I keep thinking this box might be McGilded's, but I can't remember. Because Ryunosuke won't say anything more about it. But this statement prompted us to try and find something else in McGilded's.
I guess I'll try it, and if it's the wrong thing, then I'll have to... I'm going to assume this is also McGilded's, because I forget if it is or not.
Objection!
Yes, it is! This disc was a part of Windibank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that. You went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend. That's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article of pawn at Windibank's. At this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery. The reason you broke into the shop then I was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the men deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this great felony ate the small box the very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, my Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned Fred's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Does he have it right here? Inspector, show the graphic photograph prints to court, if you please. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set to capture the counter Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. Please give me 2 photos. Please give me 2 photos. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April, to be precise. Which means what have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Yes, please give us both those to examine. I see, so I have 2 pictures to compare. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. Explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We count every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. Please give both of those to us. Yours concludes exactly the same number. I press it to both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker in the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I just shown they stole McGilded's pawn box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence.
Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, Counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify a discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between two prints?
Ta-da! I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, you've got the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-side compulsion! Turn number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece.
But
I wasn't sure at first, but it's clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
you must identify the location in question for the court, Counsel.
I wonder where.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? It was moved? When you view the two prints stereoscopically. It was moved, yeah. Something was taken out of it. A single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable! Stop! Stop with this!
By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
This tells us very simple. Mr. McGilden's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden is, in fact...
Yes, the very same small box identified in this photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilden's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. Something could be taken from the box. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? Crucial points to the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
We got you now. How deep does this all go? Does it go all the way to the top?
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. Nipponi's speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That the witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Miss McGilden from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles of value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Not monetary value, perhaps. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilden perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Trial it was found not guilty. Trial it was established he was the upstanding member of society whose reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles of Standing Member Society Pond were entirely ordinary. Black Overcoat just happened to have a music box disc among its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Then why'd you take it, then? If you wouldn't accept it even as a gift, then why would you take it out of storage? Huh? Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizen could have. Or could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or box or any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilld's true character. We know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the core at this point, we have to acknowledge that McGilld's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! That would mean that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny! Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. The exact significance of the things that McGill deposited with Mr. Windibank is something only Gina can explain to the court. I put her on the stand to testify about that. It critically damaged her chance of winning this case. But if it's the only way we're going to get the information... If it's the only way we're going to get this link, then... let's do it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilld's small box, I'd like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGild, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. We'll prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. Presume to consider the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. Move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Witness is currently in stand. May step down till further notice. My God. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Articles of Mr. McGill are deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Are intimately related to the omnibus case, trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGill did. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickermaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGill did. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defense head on the roof deck. With the body being dropped through the skylight from the carriage below. It's Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened to the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I've already said of all I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. It's extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl. If it transpires you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now!
Iris!
We're on your side!
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles in the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You'll reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. As a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Alright. Here we go! Truth is, that Breakmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. Now she would drag me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head. The pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilden slipped the driver some tin to her under the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Yep. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
And there's every chance of educated error in McGilden's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, enough to cover the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. Great injustice was done this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely excusable.
You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable! Stop! Lights have to stop! Stop! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. Intended to take full responsibility and suffer what consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilden's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I'll decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed to the cross-examination.
How deep does it go? How high up does it go? You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Strahd? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden the victim acquaintances? I don't know. I did hear him talking a lot. What are they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. He kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind?
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
Leave you not involuntarily scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was this you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilden picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat out the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was, where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There are two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. There they are. I must look down through the skylight and notice the cove with a knife in his guts. They screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilden got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police, so it appeared they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that was McGilden, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, well, the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
That poor guy.
Fellow went by the name of Beppo,
If memory serves. Yep, that was his name, Beppo. What did McGilden and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave a false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilden took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, she was sure the disc must be worth more than Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. Gilden flashed some brass in his face, but running off a lick. The boxer called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I have to egg onto the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never!
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me 2 months past, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it being forfeited. There'd be some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? Makes no sense at all.
It seemed to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that you need to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged him before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina's really put her faith in you, Rudo. Yes, and to think that you have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. And each time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. That's strange. They've been whispering to each other the entire time. Yes, that is strange. Because they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
I'm gonna pursue one of those.
Excuse me.
There's something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? With only the one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about the shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time and cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Please call them out, Van Zeeks. No? No.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe you have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. The matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGill took what he wanted by force. At the expense of the other man's life. But true's my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGill's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They're only going to be forfeited. I should have got them. Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGill was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Yeah? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He's probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord, who's that? The evidence your lordship request has been located and ready for court inspection, sir. The box. The box. Mysterious little box, paused by McGill 2 months ago. It's probably empty, first of all. I'm telling my mind to keep piece of this far-reaching puzzle. He said it's probably empty. Or something like that. Because something was stolen from it. Unless it was a reverse pickpocketing and something's in it that shouldn't be. Interesting. Hold on a minute. Let's continue. The box.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited in the pawnbroker by Mr. Gilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windbank's murder, the only item on the shelves is such by whoever broke in the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Oh, it's a music disc player.
Good gracious, this is an ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Though in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear the box has a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Ooh. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilden's disc deposited at Winterbanks much at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilden's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? We understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilden. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. And before, it's just just music, nothing else. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
This disc may very well motivate the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clear as every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. It can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But as policy, this prosecutor leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. It's Morse code. It's Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what we call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Hey, you know who might know Morse code? Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officers sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. It's Morse code. I believe that could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. Failed to have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chimey has on this case? The defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... not supposed to be music. Just because it's a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refuse to accept that as fact is pure foolishness. You've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Well, if the music box isn't broken, must mean the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Nope, you figure it out? Ah! Could it be... Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes. Maybe one of the jurors. Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If it assertions that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of the latest, without speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance they're gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... Wait, what? Evidence on hand? What evidence on hand do we have? Oh, wait. 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 Okay. Is it the newspaper? This is the only link we have, though, I think. It might be a stretch, but... I think we gotta do it, though. I was joking, it's like, oh man, the paper's gonna be an important clue. It is!
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive for your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, it's a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions belong supposedly to airlines, some being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, ma'am. Bears more to passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When it comes to leaking telegrams to government departments, there can be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For a sovereign government's confidential information, a hostile nature would certainly pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGill perished. The all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry. Because the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country.
Would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
The culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, you have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign boy has been prattling away!
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure. I think we're in one of those cases now where the prosecution also wants to know the truth about the whole thing.
That being a most litigious offense which the law of this land sanctions capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason no less serious a crime. I urge you bear bad mind as you certify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
The brothers! You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor! We got things to say!
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ryunosuke. Well, we ain't bad enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by Music Box aren't even Morse code. But some low-class brickmaker negotiated with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break in the gaff the other night, like he told us to do.
If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we would have touched it.
Who is he?
Mr. Skulkin?
One Mr. do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did. Oh. Well, that's a turn.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said enough about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer who shopper was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
Alright, well, I want to examine that music box right now. Button. Oh, what is it, Rita? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Look come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. What's gonna be in here? Look at that! There's another move on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc for playback on this side? Yes, I think so. Looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked, so if you had two discs, they'll both play back at the same time. Oh. Interesting. See how the former Gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. Could be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. This was designed to be played in this music box. Despite that, the sounds produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. I wonder, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye, and we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Okay, so that's the tip that lets you do that. But hey, we found out if we get two discs, we can do the thing, but we don't have two discs. Let's press.
Hold it!
So is newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff of the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Turn number 5. Regular communication stations officers aren't totally being led to believe. Two of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Crane is the team leader! That's fascinating. Crane is highly skilled operator! Stop! Currently presence of idle! Stop! So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? A transmission always made behind closed doors, so it can't be heard. In any case, all messages sent unciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Gray regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. He's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Crane is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently presence of idle. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not? Teddy with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent unless that music box for you in a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that, surely it can't be my unplanned is important. Whew! Let's try that again. Surely it can't be that my learned friends aren't familiar with Morse code. Ouch. I'm genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Haha, I'd be more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. Combining these 2 in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? It sounds so similar. Rhythm the same as everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. That's not Morse code. No. Not on its own. The second disc. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying a subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Let's give it a try. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. It's belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my opponent's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher a secret message in the Morse code?
Here we go. Let's open it up.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another move on the other side of the music box?
What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the chord is heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. The second disc in place, the music box will be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that'd be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus Mr. Griggle did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Grade and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
Well, reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I may take exactly how I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but the people there remember little about him. Doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How did a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Or take it to the meeting of McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. I'm all the brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add to that note, let's return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Mr. Graydon told you to, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me, thought he was just popping up for after all the years, but the Raw did a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Yeah?
Excuse me!
What's up, Ringo? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? We're gonna do this bit again, huh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
Your brother's testifying just now. He said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Well, I will just remember the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? Mr. Graydon, you mean? Don't tell me he's the third brother.
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now, fancy wishful fool, you would have Adam and Eve it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always kind of smart ideas that would never gone through our heads.
God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Mullivan Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Could that animal story be relevant somehow? Let's add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more.
Skulker's never skulking. You know what they say.
Hold it!
So, do you know nothing about this music box?
We don't know nothing. We still know nothing. We're planning to know enough about it neither.
2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winnebago's pawnbrokery. The original testimony said the door of the shop was ajar. That was like some kind of a sign, begging you to go in. The truth is, you're planning to break into Winnebago's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov. We were. You're right there.
Of course, that's what he told us to do. This was his plan. Of course, there's nothing to say about it. Why was it Mr. Grain's plan to break into Winnebago's that night? Did you ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. Oh, he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I wasn't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Okay, now let's press the new statement.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk and locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The name, because it wasn't Grayton in Skulkins. It wasn't Grayton in Skulkins. It was whoever else. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It's just yourselves and Mr. Grayton involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton in Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever cogs like you have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these 2 witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
They weren't the happiest of homes it came from. Yeah, it was all that was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not! This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born.
Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these 2 thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You're born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. What does that add? That doesn't add anything to the case, does it? That information could change things. Could it? How is that important? Oh, so we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Well, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, the breaking of window banks. Well, the trouble is, wasn't Mr. Gray in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. Oh, hold on. Boy, there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Gray's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Hold on. A. Mason Milverton, huh? Was thrice-fired Mason his dad? I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Present. Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Milverton.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why'd you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by the name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand have been negotiating with McGill did.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton. It's not the case of the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton. Was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. It really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling on McGill in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? They collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in the legal dealings of Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, steal information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Crane concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information. That's presumably a safety measure against the information falling into wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have to give the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windobanks 2 days ago. Attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. That same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh?
We never knew nothing about that.
Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
That's rather ingeniously demonstrating the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it'd be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, Do you deny that all this actually began on a fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, you know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the counter of the wall of the shop, having first pierced the armor of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windibank's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not gonna go down without a fight. Until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Gray on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker, and shot him. You what? Oh. Uh-oh. Order! Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. He's going down with the ship here. Must you give your formal testimony once more? You explained to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly sought the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. This is not going to go well, I think. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Wait, huh? Huh? So the third gun... What? Huh?
You claim, sir, under oath, have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth that I was an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution is completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered all over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, this technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny! I'm going to shoot! Yep, there is, there's purple stuff all over. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stands from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. But we can't prove that, because, my lord, defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination.
Once you find that blood in the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Well, things aren't going well. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storm, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared. Wait. But he didn't have the gun, did he? Mr. Windibank didn't have the gun. Or wait. Okay, no, this doesn't prove it. This doesn't prove that. I've been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the bear who carry a gun. It shot Mr. Sholmes. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Vico joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled him again at the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
There you setting upon the poor defenseless pawn poker together? Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
I mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, I didn't immediately realize what happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor of the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was exactly at the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked back at my arm, I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterberg intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about those peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, not surprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job. Made of stout wood.
Yep, that's the peephole I was talking about.
There's a small opening in the head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skulkin Bros were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterberg take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Huh? That does make a lot of sense. That doesn't make sense. Hold on.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Windermake's gun, for which only a single bullet had been fired. I was already established, Mr. Gray, and that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other guns found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the evidence in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. Then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
Chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains aren't visible now, but with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is solely for the victim's blood. Well, solely for blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. What if Herlock Sholem just, like, bursts into the courtroom and it's like, I have a patent for my invention. It's science now. Or something like that.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. We think he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying it off, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh? Hello?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen? Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, SD's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Did you mention the third gun we got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Other flaming people on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rats sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this gives you the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's known all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Suspicious. My lord. Request your lordship to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I was told to the tester's orderly, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I'm assuming you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. This is bad! Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat's not Mr. Windibanks. What makes you say that, counsel? He's not gonna believe. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Sora's coat was deposited at Windibanks. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on our coat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my dear police friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I called it a disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? When a stereoscope can help the answer to that problem pop out, it can't be done. But...
Use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Bursky to starving boy. He ran away crying.
Aw.
Unlike Sholmes is barely more a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How would you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim.
The only way Mr. Green could possibly know the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid. The conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
That's still bad. That's still really bad. Still really, really, really bad.
My lord, been a long battle this one, but it all will have something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As this moment, the squadron reads a final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
God.
Guilty.
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 Well, it appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpacking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. We've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? Rip.
Would you agree, Miss Naruto? Officer, you deliver the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me it's irregularity, Miss Naruto. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Oh my god. Yes! Mr. Sholmes!
What is the meaning of this?
Oh my god.
Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you're recuperating in a hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley! It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Vanzeeks?
This trial is taking many hours of the court's time. We've spent so long already.
Exactly! I've spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting your more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish in our defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Hey, there he is. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry, I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make the discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. Nothing could see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to find for praise by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Lavender fruit for Oshiki wrapping. A leaving present for Mrs. Sato. For Mrs. Sato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this for favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. That very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sato-san. Whatever could it be? Well, it wasn't a... Wait a minute, is that the cat flap maker? What's this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah. So I, like one of my theories is, like, Susato's gonna jump in the courtroom at the last second to save us, but, I guess this will do, I guess. Herlock Sholmes jumping in with a present from her. Look! I use this! It's my latest invention! What is that? I call it the Cat Flapper-Mat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't you say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I'm a complete failure. What did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Sato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night. But why? Your 5 minutes is over. I have time already. Well. I'm grateful to you for affording that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruto? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. Make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Ooh. That is... Well, we have a new clue. What's a cat flap do for us, though? Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Lord, request your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Ah! So nobody can say anything then. Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. It is absurd, I agree. Well, I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
Oh.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement for the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Single chance to present evidence.
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to agitation. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement, a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. What? That's not the way I thought he'd fall. Mr. Sholmes! Back to hospital he goes.
To stand so insouciantly before the court to save such high fever, either man extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly while the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Our last chance. Obviously, we have to use the cat flap. Somehow. One statement, one piece of evidence. How's the cat flap gonna help us? Alright, well, I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
And we can't press him anymore. Hold on. What does the front of this look like? How does it even work? Whew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so we get through any kind of door in no time at all. And one of the two parts at the top there. Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. When they get back to this machine for power, it can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Is this implying what I think it's implying? Oh. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality the cat flapping has that's a grim weapon of door destruction. Why guy's so adorable? There's nothing I would... Why guy's so adorable? There's nothing I would do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Objection!
What on earth is that, eccentric contraption, counsel?
Ooh, it's my cat flapping, my lord. Makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It cut through any door you could think of. It'd make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap at the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create A peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago. We arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winnebago had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and the Sholmes. And Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention. My assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Was there not one before? Yeah, because Hisato must have used it on that night. Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom. Until such a time she did, the door had no hole to look through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! I really suggested the peephole in the door was.
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant, using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions, and the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it was apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, just like the door.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to have seen. In short, the entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Oh! There's no 1:30 a.m. 1 a.m. Yes. Yes. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect to believe that plaything cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, it's had to be very powerful. Got through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner? Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat doors flaps to the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door when the banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. I can. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flashback traits all the fixed size. The dimension of the peephole and window banks are exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Stinando. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What's the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Vanzeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues the peephole was created after the incident using this device. Now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more
Then a baseless accusation. What? Oh, I can prove it, though. I have the pictures.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this. I do know one thing. Shisato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole, the door of Winterbank Storm, was created after the event and not before.
Well, as we can clearly see, at 1 a.m.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure of the necessary proof.
Necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel?
This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door of the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Ah! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Ah! Hey, we got him now.
Order! I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks.
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man's the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. You're not the victim. Don't kid yourself. They're right. It stands now. I have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony feels that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Counselor's right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show Mr. Graydon had no knowledge of something he shouldn't know anything about, namely, peephole, first off. The point is that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie you concocted is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. At that time, the police had been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I give the old half officers working round the clock at shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Green, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. The fact that the existence forms the base of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that he must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person for his testimony. And in fact, seeing a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
I mean...
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact, you have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Grayson's identity for the last few hours. You learned from only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony waited for great urgency to our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such a time he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that I realized his position. So I'd have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting in the court that was while this trial was in progress they received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why'd I be giving away a detailed investigation of this fella, eh? I was summoned his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Ain't forgotten that. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Well, I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, they had their backs to us. The bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during the testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Gray and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Gray the information he needed then.
You little toe-rag, making this all up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard investigative inspector, for crying out loud. Why'd I do something like that? Why'd I be giving away confidential details like to this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. That starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people of the crime scene, Mr. Crane agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution's not prepared to listen to baseless charges. Is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of his diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Grayson. Logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The missing link. Oh! Oh! The second disc! The second disc! Ho-ho!
Take that!
That would solve everything. Inspector Gregson. Besides his murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Are you getting it now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding gnaw could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winnebago's by Magnus McGilded. Special music box, designed to play 2 discs at once. Seemed very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGild's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to receive the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Rah!
Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winnebago's, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is McGild's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGild, it has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was some possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you didn't reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh my god.
Objection!
If, and I stress, if the sobering assertion turns to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How would you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will approach this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes. The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since. Lord, please. Order examination of personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me about British question quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice of what you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about a country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Rita because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. Must be prepared for grave consequences.
I don't think he... Did he pass it on to someone? He must have passed it. Wait. Wait a minute. He was grabbing and shaking Nash, I think his name is. Mash? Ringo's the other one. Whatever the first one. But he was shaking him around like a toy. Like a dog toy.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands search be conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
Defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the only one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost at last, have you, sunshine? I can't try to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Oh my god.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and so eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Pop went in the bank. No. Nash, that is his name. Okay.
Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never. Eh? Blimey.
Me?
Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness, conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Well, are we right?
Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this.
My god.
Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Oh, Nash didn't know. That's what he was shaking him for. has the second music box disc left behind by Magnus Begilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah. Oh man, how low he's fallen.
Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
Ah! It was... yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. The windnog was gonna fall clean off, I did. I wasn't wishing. I had been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, started shaking me. Why the blaze didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down at the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear what he did. Yeah, it's still throbbing now. The way detective behaved, though, extremely out of character. Looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. How was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc?
Oh, bless my wig, he hid it!
You...
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth we then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? As a court of law, you have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, its current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to cover the secrets. Oh, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating on direct orders from the ministry. Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that he may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin only to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it? Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has become uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I'll admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that's about. You... What? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Man. What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Scotland Yard investigator, I'll declare this and nothing more. I've acted in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter to jury for their final leadings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's dependable, my man, I'm quite sure. In service one becomes a good judge of character. Even cross your eyes and help her come to look at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Reed is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently, presence vital. Stop.
Detective is very much trusted eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... You're gonna believe Gregson. Declare the decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Here's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole his government secrets. Orson was to force Gregson to make that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel.
Well, we have the discs now. Let's listen to them.
It's time I impose the jurors to clarify decisions, no? As unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
Let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. She'll be found guilty. We have the discs now. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. This all comes down to this. Who I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Either. Does it matter either? Well, I guess... Let's go for Gregson. Let's break him down. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I'd like you to see.
What's that, then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Well, let's play the discs.
Take that!
Let's play them. We have 2 discs now.
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, counsel?
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
You said that last time. Not true, Inspector. Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. Defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful doings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, as Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. They continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. All by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Who? My lord, if you please. What must hear sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Urgh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will listen to these music box sets in operation once more. It's time for the second disc in place, both discs playing simultaneously.
Let's hear it. Yeah, that's Morse code.
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up!
Alright.
We broke him.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details exchanged with its music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom, Inspector?
I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young ace and lawyer said. The trial resumed after recess. We were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. All information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
Giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You're the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You? Oh god, he broke it.
Traitor!
Oh god. My god.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
My god. It's getting out of hand. That's it then. It's all over. Is it though? I feel like there should be a little more though. Guess we'll find out. I feel like there's like still some loose ends. I despise my life. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born to poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Don't try to make us feel sorry for you. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that heck hole.
You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
They decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could even imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus Begilded. You're a fiend of square talent, you are. Might throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs. Begilded would buy them at a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. Once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Yeah, what a, like... what a fine gent... Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? He's a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. Need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. In 20 years I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You are taking considerable precautions indeed. To protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Begilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first two discs and the music box for playing them. Exchanged with Begilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, you'd pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but seemed to become reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. Begilded, not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Begilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Yeah, he's old, but he's not dumb. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from Begilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Cool, but he still killed a guy. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster Begilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Wait, did you... You set the omnibus ablaze. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, Begilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked in that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with Begilded by then, so I spared nothing by arrangements 2 months ago, and knew exactly who to hire. If If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city who are willing to do anything you ask. Gilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have a picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor, and this courtroom would show that he walked free. I took matters in my own hand, to have the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gild's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, was that officer him? Starting convenient, sir. There's some changes in the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I expect I'll be present for it myself. That was it. So that policeman who came to tell McGildy he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter. Hired by me. Don't think it, don't say it. Don't think it, don't say it. Don't think it, don't say it. McGildy uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus, all a matter of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGildy inside, sent him on a one-way journey. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Jesus. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized I was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs. The music box need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised. 10 guineas for you, young man. Oh, what's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you. Fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokerage somewhere. That on night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when we first met you at Winnibanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Mrs. Strahd written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Realized immediately that she was another McGildy's pawns, and he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilden's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box and the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilden was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions to examine whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation go at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. Sure, the music box and second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. Had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. Friends. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun. The bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man arrayed turned to flee. Had intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I have to imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Alright. Well, now I think we have everything. I was like, we have a bit of loose ends, don't we? But I kind of helped. Well. What have we here? Earlier, you called McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply, McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well then. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it seemed that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank, and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires you're complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. Inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gather up squadron standing by, sir. This really is it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. I'm about ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I missed that. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You'll now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Woohoo! We did it! Haha! Look at that. Haha! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Well, you're still being charged with perjury, though, so don't get too excited. Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it! Finally's the word. I'm sure we come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world! Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempt to abscond with Mr. McGillen's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilden's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for June this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box containing a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly the most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah, very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... Find something on that point. Oh, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, ma'am? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so, the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. The Tetris effect!
Goodness, ma'am, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those tube discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? What? Then what? How could that have government secrets on it then? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times did I tell you? Those just contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGildy conspired to trade natural secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. I guess. That's really gonna bother me. I was just thinking.
Mr. Lestrade.
Yeah, Lord?
What you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
An appalling experience to fall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair. If you want to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I can look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade.
Hey! It's official. Woohoo! We did it! Look at that. Fireworks. Look at that. Hey, she got the gun loaded properly this time. Look at that.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Well. Are we gonna find out why the Reaper, like... Oh. Never mind. We're gonna find out now, maybe. On a personal note, I must say, you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. Not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though through you, I hope to lock the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today. A total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Oh. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Well. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if I'm meeting at some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Well, alright. We still don't know why he came back, but alright. Whew. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. You know that you're innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right? Up till the end. You're as odd as your name. What's hot about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. Army life growing up in the slums. Never trusted no one. Not just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, so I think you can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone and paid for it. That trial left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trust to get someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. Your gut tells you it's the right thing to do. And trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, it's been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. As experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? I turn out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who is this? But what the deuce is a man to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling... Mr. Sholmes. Yes, so to me all along, you see? This guy. I had assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? How you been having a snooze here in a nice soft bed? Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bolt did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in trial of that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. No, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because there was found not guilty of trial who's working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilton, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Then why'd you bring it up? Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have the wrong on the end of the stick. There's some coves like that Bog Trotter would have rotten to the core. And the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters in his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildens of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are! Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pyramid had the fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But those dolts don't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, I'll be careful. Ow. Ouchie. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the Bog Trotter stuff, what was it? Lug, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's the thing, I'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense? It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe we should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. We could do something for all the law like me from the slums, so that makes a difference from them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss J. Lestrade! The present carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. Good luck. Otto? Yes? Oh my god. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase and the two missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this? I would recommend a simple thank you. Uh-oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you done. For believing in me. And not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Wow. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial's all over the front page. Pickpocketers, it's proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I've no intention to say anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer their questions says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's just start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. We head to the station immediately. But we still make a time to wave Susie off. But... There won't be a train, surely. We can't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. With her now, it should be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man. They happily lay it on the locomotive. Elementary. That's blackmail. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Okie dokie. That took so much longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Sato, where are you? Oh! Over there, look! She's reading something.
Hold it!
Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? Came as soon as we got after the trial. I mean, heard sounds were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how'd Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Because we're the best lawyer in the world. That book you're about to throw into the sea. It was an Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I'll saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mrs. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, you remember? Oh yes, we had a wonderful time! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flapping mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winnebank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Oh, that... yeah. Mr. Sholmes! Leaving Mr. Naruto. Right. So, while you were tending to Mr. Sholmes... So that's when you took a peek. Storm door, you mean? Yes, when Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flap mat to make the peephole in the door. That's captured a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, a sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. Trial of Magnus McGill did. I thought about how he'd been manipulating the evidence to arrange false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windebank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You're worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. If someone to claim falsely have witnessed it, there would have had to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. If the peephole had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. Truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had seen knowing you tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, Mr. Lestrade's. Mrs. Sato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that. It's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graves is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto. You saved me, too, from my regrets. Well, We must all be thankful Mr. Sod's freedom's been assured. Yes, exactly. Some loose ends in that trial continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation of the music boxes contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. We're trying to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There's a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. He said the majority of the sounds of the disc are just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So we could never hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... Key? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. What? What? Wait, Iris, what'd you just say? Oh, I just said Asagi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asagi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, and the message was playing on the music box. Transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a charted Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha program, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message is Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become even more important for international communications. Ever more important. I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? There's that long scene with supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. And the color drape is on Sun's face. What is going on here? There's no doubt that the message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asagi. Kazuma Asagi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. What's his name doing secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Jesus, what is happening? I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? It strange with some disturbingly familiar names. It appears this particular message is a communication kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Rito come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting Professor Mez at the Imperial Yume University. Can't tell us about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow I'm solving the case of Mr. Winnemig's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder to the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh! Gotta go! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. I'll change into a lobster passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mrs. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. In the SS Bureau, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Sato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Man, this is a good game. Yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, You'd love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really did look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words. They know just the one he'll use here. That I really must say.
Objection!
They did it. Yeah. Yeah. Man. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I'd ordered them all myself. So I advertised them, sir, with "Used by Mr. Sholmes, solve an important case." And the money I've earned, consulting and detective work pays a pittance by comparison. I guess I won't have time to talk about how I feel about the game, because there's going to be dialogue during the ending. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. But I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. The music is real good. I still really love Iris's theme too. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Rarely do rare coupon coins hide in the rare stakes themselves.
Well, either knows or knows his father's innocent man, or you're calling my son a liar.
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I met an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Wagai had kids? Is that what I'm hearing? That's adorable. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. This guy's still really suspicious to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've about 2 minutes and 37 seconds till my next appointment. This guy's still very suspicious. I don't trust him. The latest Rats magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. This guy. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Gordon Bennett. Been visiting the article on a daily basis, of course. Johnny my old pure bird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Oh. Wow. Alright. Look at that. My Rolly's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. Nothing I enjoy more these days hunting out small change in the gutter. I'll bet a Bobby now. Look out for Londoners. They've dropped halfpennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. You stop that. Right now. This instant. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But ours comes every day for Nada, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Also when you're not in the receiving end of them. That too. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. I ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in it to plan the comeback of Vilverton Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The Three Muskewatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Okay, sure. Whatever you guys say. The Skulkin brothers are amazing. They're probably some of my favorite characters in the game. This past 6 months have been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Kind of realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will turn to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Here's hoping. Oh, look at that. That's a great picture. It's amazing. Look at Kitty. That's probably gonna be the thumbnail. Well. Alright. That was a game. That was really good. I love that game. I love this game. But we're not even done yet. There's still another game to go. Although I may take a bit of a break from this. As fun as this is, as fun as this is, I may take a small break on my voice. Like, for my voice's sake, rather. Still, this is a really fun game. Like, it's an Ace Attorney game, I know it's gonna be good, but like, this really sucked me in. And, yeah, I want to get to the next game soon. But a short break, maybe. I am very tempted to go into the next one right away, but, you know, I gotta slow down a bit. I know something weird about doing the voices, by the way. I don't know how well it comes across on stream, but I feel like it takes a bit for me to warm up to doing the accents better. Because I feel like at the beginning I was like, I'm not doing these accents well. Now, stream went on, I got better at it. I don't know, just need a warm up or something. It's funny though, like on days when I streamed this game, like at least for the last time, I didn't speak a whole lot for the remainder of the day and beforehand. So I spoke in a British accent more than I spoke with my normal accent, which, you know, it's pretty funny and also scary. I do not trust you. I do not trust you in the least bit. Oh, there's Beppo. That's quite a stride that Ryunosuke has. Oh boy. There's old Gregson. Kitty. Bagahai. Cute kitty. Oh wait, was that guy wearing that... The whole time he was wearing those? That's funny. Must have been uncomfortable, possibly. Oh. So Ryunosuke and Sherlock, huh? And Herlock, huh? They, their walk cycles are clearly recycled. Like, exactly the same animation. It's weird. It's like, it's like in games where, like, you have, like, a group of people, like, walking up, like, walking somewhere. It's Yakuza, the game I'm thinking of, where, like, sometimes you have a group of people walking into frame, but their animations are all synced up, and it looks really silly. No. Aw, they did the snap. Finn. Man, this was a good game. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Hey, look at that. So then, presumably, we, go to select adventure. No, hold on. Grace Attorney 2, Resolve. So this is what we'd be doing when we return. All right. Do I have to go to the options to quit again? Yeah. All right. Whew, boy. That was a fun time. That was a dang fun time, I think, if I do say so myself. Dang fun time. All right. Hi. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I had a lot of fun, as always, with this game. Like I said, I very much want to turn this again. But a bit of a break. maybe. If I can force myself to take a break, then sure. Otherwise, you know, I mean, just jump right into the next one. But after this, Blue Fire a bit more. We're doing some of that. And what else? I have to come up with some stuff. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired. I got some din-din. But I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. You take care of yourselves, and I hope you have a good night. Goodbye, everybody.